Hi everybody, Jeremy here from Flatware Creations. Today we are going to be taking apart some knives. I have one or two to get apart, so we'll get this show started. And we're back. All right, so if you haven't yet, please like, share, subscribe, tell your friends. I made this live so that there's no ads, so I figured out how to do that. We have a couple of knives to take apart today. So there's that. Pretty much I'm going to be taking apart knife handles, and I'm going to show you what I do for the different types and show you some little tricks that I've learned. So we have these two types. We have the pinched, and then we have the flat. So I did find, I got to make sure I don't get these messed up. I did find a whole bunch of sterling silver knife handles. Woo! So maybe it's like gonna be an avalanche. Let's see. Let me say hi to the chat. Hello, H-E. What's next? I got it. Okay. That is moved over there. Awesome. So this guy can go right here, and I figured it out from the last time. I'm gonna go down here. What is that? Oh, that's me in the picture. Okay, so we have all of this silverware here. Once you hop on, say hi. I'll try and read out all of the chat comments. So this is a nice big pile of silverware. There's at least 200, close to 300 there. And then I have this cooler down here that is half full. Like half full of knives. There's a bunch. Okay, so I've got my anvil mounted to the table. I've got these clamps. I also have a magnet here so that I can test any of the knife handles if they're magnetic. Some of them sometimes are. I try and not get too many of those. I do have a special set place for some handles that are hollow. Is it coming up? Okay, anyways, these are hollow, but they won't come apart whenever you heat them. So what I do is I cut these apart. I cut these guys apart right about there. That gets me high enough to where I'm normally above the solder that is in here, and I could just cut it. You want to be careful that you don't cut through the stainless pin that is in these. So you're just kind of putting the edges through and then rolling it around, just barely cutting through it. And as you do that, it will just still center. Okay. It will give us a nice edge. We'll put it up into the belt sander, and then we have a hollow one that we couldn't get open with the torch. I'm gonna move this just a little bit more that way. I guess from right here, I'm gonna be in that shot. Okay. Anywho, got my torch. This is just propane. Got a clicker to start it. I have a pair of my round nose pliers. These are handy whenever I have to take the blades out. You can use regular pliers too. Sometimes I use these to hold the handle if they're getting too hot. Let's see. Other than that, we're gonna be watching for explosions. We don't want stuff to go everywhere. So while I'm thinking about that, let's cover up the laptop. Still need to be able to see the chat. That should stay there. Okay, my volume is good. That's good. All right, well, let's do this then. It's here. As I was putting these together, I was just like, that doesn't feel right. And then I looked at it and it says sterling silver right on it. And it has a little lion with one foot up. So sterling, that'll go over there. And I found this little guy, about the size of my hand. This one here says sterling right there. It's not gonna get it, it's tiny. So 2 sterling already. And like I said, I found a bag that has all sterling silver handles. I'm very excited about that. This is one I worked on last time. I was just trying to figure out why it didn't go through the process. So we're gonna start with 1. Where did I put that? Oh, I was going to use the bucket. Okay, so over here I do have this bucket is going to be for knives, the blades themselves, and then this bucket is where I'm going to put all of the knife handles after I get them off the blade. So the way that this should go is the handle will come off. I'm going to melt the rest of the solder onto the block here, the new solderist, and then this will go in here and the blade will go in this white bucket. I have my exhaust on. I don't know if you can hear it. It's probably just a little low hum in the background. Hopefully it's almost not. Hi, Lori's. Happy New Year to you. Okay. So we've got these bags here. They're just taped up there to keep the solder from splattering up on that stuff. I've been messing with Facebook for the last few hours. It's insane. Anyways, moving on. So we've got this, I've got my exhaust, I've got my propane, my pliers, safety cautions, got my glasses. This anvil I leave out most of the year. I just abuse it. I really only use it just for the knife handles. So normally it's outside on a table. He's doing pretty good. How's Toad? That's my brother. Okay, so this is a pinched blade. So this is what I do to these guys. I'll shake them to where they go back and forth. Got everything? Water, this. I try and do this outside, but whenever you can't, you can't. So I've got good ventilation. There, we'll crack a window too. You want to be careful how much you heat this up, because what you're doing is you're basically making this empty chamber a rocket. So whenever you heat this up, you want to heat it up just enough to be able to get it to break the solder down here, and for the knife handle to be able to come up. The pinched ones are going to have flat blades. Sorry, I can't see. I'm getting old. Really like your work. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, so let's just get this started. I have a lot to do. I like it to have some teeth on the blade, or not blade, the little blue teeth are what I'm talking about. I call them teeth. You want it to sound like it's pushing a little bit, but you don't need a lot. Like, that's a lot. Let's start off the night with a squirter. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Come on. Almost there. Now I'll heat it up to try and get any solder that's left. That goes there. That goes there. We go to the next one. Gotta remember, your eyes are not replaceable. Nope, they are not. So that's what I thought for a long time. I thought it was gonna be too hot, but then I was watching Shayna, and she was just holding the knife handles as she torched it, just picked them up. So I'm like, I'll give it a shot. And for the most part, I had, like, that one got a little warm, but that's because I had a lot of heat to it. I try and angle the flame down towards the blade, or where I want the solder to flow. The guys that are here, this style, I twist. I want to try and get the handle to twist around on the spike. Come on. We got solder on that side. There we go. So once it starts to twist, Come on, torch. Sorry, I must get back to work. Happy New Year. Keep up the great work. Happy New Year to you too. Have a good night. And repeat. You can see my apron. That was from the first one. It decided it wanted to spray me. So that's why we're wearing protective equipment. For these, I try and get where the stud is, and just imagine that getting thinner and thinner, and then I'm going to go right to the base and just start putting pressure on it. So I'm just trying to twist it so I can see solder at the bottom. I'll go up just a little bit more. Try twisting it the other way. Come on. Put a little bit more pressure on it. Come on. All right, so this is one of the ones we need to put in a separate pile. To go swimming. So I know for a fact that this is hollow. Oops. So these are also the same thing. Different pattern, but they all have the same problem. So I have another box down here that has filled blades. This one tings back here, but it's solid up here. I might try making a shorter one, but for now, that's those. So what I try and do is leave out one of each pattern. So as I'm going through the rest of my pile, I know that these aren't gonna come unsoldered. So these all have to be cut. So I need to keep this separate from my pile of filled. So by doing this, we'll get through a lot more patterns and hopefully be able to get through these. I need at least 50 or 60 tonight, but it's only 6:44. I'll be here a while. Let me see if I can change how big the words are. I'm slowly but quickly, my vision's starting to go. Come on. No, I don't want that. I can't quite. Let me just see if I can. I'm gonna zoom. I can zoom. There we go. Now I just need to move all this. Come on. Sorry. There we go. Yep, definitely rougher. Come on. There we go. Yep, I turned 47 in December. All right, so now I can read that, read the chat. Okay. Awesome. Back to work. I'm gonna put those there. So we just picked another one of these out of the pile. We can just bypass that altogether and not have to fight with it. Some of these boxes, or some of these knives, were just in boxes that I've had for a long time. So I have to test all of them. I was really surprised when I opened up that bag of sterling silver knife handles. I was like, woo, jackpot! You want to make sure that you have enough heat. They're all squirting on me today. Everything's gonna be covered in solder tonight. That's a solid. It's a pretty pattern, but definitely solid. So this is one of our cut ones. This, I think the grapes come apart. Oh. So I'm trying not to make rockets because we see that little squirting solder everywhere. I've had this stuff stuck in my shoes. Found solder in my socks. Come on. Little pressure. All right, so we'll add this one to our pile. I felt warm, but it wasn't hot. Is that stuff inside toxic? Like smelling? Or I may breathe in it. Yes. It is toxic. I would recommend doing this outside, or make sure you have really good ventilation. Normally I'll take it and recycle it at the dump. They take toxic stuff. So I'll make Mount Soldering. This is the last Mount Soldering. I don't know how many knives this is, but it's a lot. I'm not sure how much lead or what is in it, or even what they use for the solder. It's probably hard to tell for as many different manufacturers there were, and what recipes they were using for things. the pinched ones, I always wiggle. What will happen whenever they're ready? See, it just stopped right there. So just stopping is enough for it to melt the solders, just enough so you can get off there. Make sure you don't try and pick up your blades with your hands. Oh, oops. This one's on our cut list. All right, we can do these three. Do. This anvil stays outside almost all year. I think every spring I've taken it, cleaned it up, oiled it. I'm generally in a hurry to make bud vases because I always never have enough. So I figure if I have 50 more that I need to make in the next 2 days completed. And getting the knives ready is the hardest part, really, because we're trying to get all of this nastiness out of them whenever we're... Come on, I know you have a ton of stuff in it. Thank you. If it gets to where you've got flames coming out of the end of the knife handle, it's a pretty safe bet that all of the solder is out of there. Even then, I give it a little splatter, just kind of flicking it out. Hi, Miss Shirley. Gone to meeting, hitting that like button. Thank you. We're taking apart knife handles today. There's a bunch. I was gonna do it last night and just kind of work all the way into the new year, but that didn't happen. So when I start this process, I start about halfway up the blade and I work it right down. That way everything is hot above it, and then once the end gets warmed up, see, I got flame coming out. And repeat. Yeah, it's like it never ends. I don't know how many months I was just hoarding knives. Sometimes it's really hard to get the ones that are hollow. And when you're buying them from people who don't know the difference, sometimes it's just not going to happen. But once I found out that I could cut those apart, the ones I couldn't get to unsolder, that was really one of the biggest things for me, was making sure 2, 4, 8. We've done 9. When I was timing this, it's like 25 to 30 seconds a piece. There. You can definitely see whenever it stops. Can the solder be reused? No. It possibly can't be. It possibly can be, but like I said, I don't know what's all in it or what toxic stuff it has left in it. So I'm not sure how much handling of it you want to be doing. You want to make the ones that are pinched, you want to make there enough blade hanging up for it to rock back and forth. I do some ice fishing, and I took and I made my own chisel ice pick thingy called a spud, so you can test the ice as you walk out. You slam it into the ice, mine into the ice 3 times, and it doesn't go through. You have at least 4 inches of ice. If it goes through any sooner than that, time to start backing away. But that pipe, I made it, I put the chisel in the end, got everything set there, and then I melted a bunch of this right into that pipe, and it gave it a lot of weight, and it's not going to be touching or affecting anything leaking out. Otherwise, I have just taken it to the dump and had them process it. Come on, buddy. Oh, I didn't check that one. It's on the no-go list. More seconds of our lives used up because it didn't look. Can you guys hear the exhaust? Come on. Okay, good. Some of these with the longer handles, I've found out that they'll have more lead up, not lead, more solder up in the top end. So sometimes you think you got it all, and it goes all the way through the tumbler, the whole process, it's all clean, and then you go to put your tweezers in to be able to, yeah, the elevator music. I was watching some of my older videos, and sometimes my brain just stops working, and there's just silence. So when I went back through and I edited the videos, I would add music. So to cover all those little dead spots, there it went. And once it, so I just set up the music, just something light and little for the background noise. when yeah, so my brain has been fried. I just spent 5 hours on Facebook trying to get my account back because I can't get into Flatware creations at all. That one kind of felt heavy at the end, so I had to make sure I tested it. Whenever you're tumbling these, so the next step for these will be to go to the belt sander. It's got a ting. Gus is doing good. He's looking old some days though. How do you test what? Ow. That one's hot. So this one looks like it might be filled with resin. Just keeping pressure on it. Hoping to see solder come out. I don't see any solder. That's definitely hot enough. Oh, you missing Gus? Yeah. I keep trying to bring him out here. But every time he comes in, he just says, wow. 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 And he hasn't. I think I got him to not meow for maybe 5 or 6 minutes. I was hoping that being out here, he'd just kind of settle in and hang out. Probably really try and get him in here this winter. Yeah, we are all looking old sometimes. So another pinched one. So the pinched ones we have to do an extra process with. I put those all through the bandsaw. Come on. Got solder coming down. If you get smoke coming down, just be really careful. That one was long-winded. Go. Flames and smoke. It is done. Now you can take and get all of the solder off of these if you have time. I normally don't. That one is solid. That one is not. Let's check. Okay, it's not on my list. Has it been heated? No. I used to try and heat up the steel blade more than anything else, but I've found out that if I just heat the bottom and kind of move it up to where I think the top of that stud is in there, I'll try and get it warm up there, and then I'll focus down here on the bottom to try and get my solder to come out. The whole time I'm twisting and keeping pressure on it. This one's not moving. A little leverage on it. Nothing. All right, another one for our list. What's that? Get distracted by something that fell off the vise. What is that? It looked like a piece of resin from one of the knives. I've had all kinds of different stuff come out of the knife handles. Sand, sawdust, resin. A lot of times, so the older stuff definitely will have a lot of resin. That's why whenever people put their stuff through the dishwasher, their antique silver, and sometimes silver plated, and the handles start coming off, it's because it's loosened up, it's heated up that rosin inside the dishwasher. And so that's what, and yeah, that loosens up the blade because it's melting out the, come on, come out of there, it's starting to get warm. If you notice, I'm kind of flipping the knife handle into there. I guess you can't see it because I'm blocking away. I try and just flick it down into the bucket. In either process, hey, this one is cut. So I've tried getting in this one here already. It's hollow, but you can kind of see the silver in there. That's still solder around the post. So I need to cut it up like right here. I can see, we can try and give it a shot, see what happens. There's some teeth on there. Sorry I have to go, but I'll just watch again later. Have fun. You too, Darla. Thanks for joining me. Ideally, I would like to see some solder start coming down right here. Oh, I got it to turn. So what I've got in here is, do this before I burn myself. So you can kind of see down in there. It's like to right there. So that would make a short one. We're gonna put this one in the cut, just because I still want to see it. But you can definitely see the the blade, or not blade, but the stud. Next. Oop. You're a cutter. These guys get me a bunch. We'll give it a shot. So what's everybody been up to today? Yesterday I was trying to get stuff done. It was a nice day. And then I get to Walmart and I'm walking in and my back goes out. Come on. All right, I got solder out the bottom. Just gonna heat up a little bit higher to try and get this to spin. Started. Go back the other way. There we go. That was a big post. So I'm gonna come back up to the middle and just work it down. Woo! That wasn't nice. It felt like a big old glob of solder dropped out from the top. What do we got? What do we got? Whatever it was, it felt like a lot more than what came out. Okay. They got really hot really quick. You just scrapped the knife ends? Oh no. Oh no, how's your back today? Today my back's good enough to be in here. Last night was just, it wasn't gonna happen. So today's better. So the knife blades, I have actually been able to find a bunch of artists who use the stainless, and I'll take all of these, I'll box them up, and I'll sell them to them, and they'll eventually all get made into something else. I try to not waste anything. The stainless definitely are a little bit more difficult to get rid of sometimes. All right, so this guy. Sterling. Yep, sterling. Man, that is faint. And this blade is actually sterling. It's not stainless. Yep. Cool. This one sounds hollow, but it's silver. I'll put it in the bucket. Next, I got this little loop and it has lights on it. The powers are just ridiculous, so that's for like looking at scratches. Come on, there it went. Come on. By flicking the knives down and getting that solder forced out, a lot of times that will help in the cleanup section towards the end whenever we take the knife handles. So these will get cut off and then put to the belt sander, but the ones with the studs, those just get their surface flattened and just rounded over a little bit. Come on. What is going on? There it goes. I'm on a schedule here. I need to be done by midnight. Whenever you're putting that solder down to the end that's getting cut off, you're keeping extra solder out of the back, which will more than likely help any plants that you have in there. For the bud vases to be on the countertop. Like, plants? What? But yeah. So stupid. I've got a bunch of loops. Normally it's right on the collar, but I think this is plated. Oh. I got Gorham, but I've also got plate loss. So, not 100%. I'm going to put it back here in my test pile. I think the bags are making my brain be like, okay, we're getting through this. Because it doesn't feel like a lot. There we go. Oh, that one rolled off. Don't grab the knife, Jeremy. Solid. There we go. And repeat. So this is reverse soldering. I guess it would still be practice using your torch. That one was a squirter. So I'm bending it here to try and open up that slot a little bit. Come on. I know you're in there. Keep that solder where I can. And all right, so I think we're close to not needing Mount Solderus there. All right. So these guys up here are solids. And I don't believe any of these are in the other pile. This is the orchid. It's a really pretty knife handle. One length of these is hollow, the other one is filled. This one's ringing really nicely, so I'll take a chance on it. Just really want to make sure you have good ventilation. My exhaust fan is a big industrial size fan, but I couldn't put it inside here and still be able to hear everything, or you guys hear anything. Yeah. And this one doesn't want to come apart, but it's 100% hollow. Yeah. Okay, so we got orchid. Those are hollow. We just keep going. I could just been sitting here doing all of this and not talking to anybody. But that kind of gets boring after a while. It's always nice to have a good playlist going on too. There we go. So I got it to turn. Go right here. I'm gonna try building up that outside wall. And once you get it going, it's just rinse and repeat. I can't believe it was actually raining here yesterday. At the end of December and actually having rain, it's just, I don't think it's happened in the last couple of years up here anyways. My first year here, it snowed enough to cover my Dodge Neon. Like 4 feet of snow overnight. That was the most amount of snow I'd ever seen come down in one night, anywhere. I know it happens a lot in New York, in the Buffalo area, from the lake effect snow, but we normally don't get that up here in one night, but it was a big nor'easter came through. But I think this next week we're gonna drop back down into the single digits. Get some more ice made. I've gotten to the point where I am not walking the sled out anymore. There we go. Just needed a little bit more. Yep, so I have a little mini bike. Mini bike being the keyword here. Come on. It's gonna start getting hot on me. There we go. I put spikes through the tires. Well, I put screws through the tires from the inside out, and used okay, just checking that one. Put nuts on the outside, so in each tread got a screw, concrete screw. And last year it did really great until my daughter came out, and I was just about to start on my way to her, and the clutch blew apart. That's catastrophic failure. So I ended up, and that was right after I just set everything up, 3 holes, electronics, the hub house, everything was good to go. And then I had to pack it all up and pull the sled attached to the bike, and I pushed the bike until I met up with my daughter. Half an hour later, she'd been walking the whole time to get to me, and it was half an hour before we met back up. It was I was out there a long ways on the lake. Come on, buddy. That was not okay. So I have fixed all of that possibility for this year. There we go. I like to at least have the top like go back and forth like at least half an inch, 3/4 of an inch. So this year that's all fixed. The nice part about the mini bike is it's small, and each half only weighs so much. So by only picking up part of it, I'm not having to actually lift the 100 and whatever pounds it is. Oh, you gotta be careful of that too. Right. My nephew was up from Florida this last week. From Florida, and we actually had enough ice this time. Last time he was up here, last winter, there wasn't any good ice anywhere. But this year we had enough that I felt safe enough to get him out on. Oh. I do not like cold weather. Well, my body doesn't like cold weather. So I have like 1,000 layers on when I go out. Otherwise my nerves just kind of go crazy. Getting this year started with bud vases, and normally the year ends on bud vases, so that works out. Any more in there? Nope, I got flames coming out. Turn that up a little bit more. Playlist is shop. Go. Had the next one all queued up. Once I see solder coming out the bottom, I know that the bottom is at least loose enough for me to be able to heat up the top of the bar. So we can get it to just kind of pour out of there. I was able to make a finished piece of my dragon ring from 3D printing it all the way through the process of getting it all made up. So I was happy about that. I have 3 rings. If it starts spitting out at you, make sure you take the heat off of it. Some nasty stuff coming out of that one. So I need to pick a bunch of these and pick the cleanest ones so I can toss them in the tumbler, or shiniest ones anyways. Toss them in the tumbler. Normally they take 2 or 3 runs. Two or three runs through the tumbler to be able to get all the nastiness out of them. Got a flame. That way I can have some ready for tomorrow morning. Yeah, you're solid. Need a drink. That's better. Boing, 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 boing. Okay, I'm back for a little bit. Had to finish work. Probably just missed the best part of this whole year live. Yeah. Yep, you just missed it. It was sage advice. Like, take your heat off the knife if it starts spitting out at you. Sometimes you can twist them to get them to open up. This one's not going to be nice. You do want to be careful. Come on. You do want to be careful that you don't split these, because once you get them really nice and hot, come on. That is not what I wanted to happen. A little lower with this one. There we go. I'm 90% sure it's empty. Yep. Empty enough I don't have to burn my fingers. Who do we got here? You guys should be good. You should be good. Okay. It's not in either one of my piles, so that's good. We just gotta do the work, right? It feels like it doesn't want to turn. It might. Come on. I know you want to come apart. Just needed a little bit more heat. The flame keeps dipping down on me. It's gonna be a big old piece. And then fire. We're done. Oh, we got a big old fork. It says it's hollow. All right, I know that this is on the lift. This one we just did. Those guys are not on my list. All right, let's try and get this fork off of here. Let's see if I can get the fork out of there. We'll see if this cooperates with us. A little bit more heat. So we've got solder. Alright, we got it. Get that flame turned down a little bit there. I'm questioning this one. We'll see if it gets me or not. When I first started, I started heating them around here and working my way down, but because I was holding them with the pliers, I never really noticed all the pressure building up. Bye, Mary Lee. There we go, I got solder coming out the bottom. That side's cracked, there we go. Let's see. Put some right here. Perfect. Darla, were you here whenever I showed Mount Soderus, the last Mount Soderus? Come on. You can do it. There we go. Away we go. One difference. Okay. Yeah, don't watch and drive. Yeah, one of the differences of not being on live, they'd probably be singing right now. My sing-along playlist. Trust me, you don't want to hear me sing though. Come on. Okay. Besides the one time that in that small handle, that was the only time I really had any of the knife handles get hot where I'm touching them. We just keep it going. I need to bring you guys down a little lower. Kind of hard to see the angles right there. That's better. And remember, you don't want your flame to be going so hard that you melt off the silver plate also. You're looking for that middle ground. And so I can see down into this one. There we go. My fingertips just started getting warm on that one. But I was holding it for quite a while. Come on, release. I have, whoop, here went again. Sometimes they come up really easy. Haven't got my jeans. Put you up there. I have sat here and used box, like shipping boxes, flat rate boxes, just still flat, but I put them underneath everywhere that I'm working so that I can get so I'm looking at the screen and I'm seeing the knife blade reflect over here, but there's a gap in here, so it looks like an optical illusion between here. Like, make this kind of look like glass to me. That's funny. So these guys will get the extra step of getting that little crimped spot off of there. Oop, don't go up there. Once we get that cut off there, then we'll just take and clean it up with the belt sander. Two in a row? That's not good. Got splatter all over the floor. If you're in the house or have carpet or something, I definitely recommend buying a fire blanket and put down on the floor if you have to do it inside. If you can do it outside, please do it outside. It's the disclaimer, don't try this at home. Too late now. I'm gonna say, no, we're still good. Don't try this at home. Or try this at home. How do I say that? Don't try this at home without supervision. Because I want you making stuff. Oh, this is that one. You're a solid. You're good. And you're good. We can definitely clear some of these guys out. So you are filled. This guy is a cut. This guy is a cut. That's hollow, so okay, I think the rest of these we're good to go on. Yeah, so I would definitely recommend a fire blanket if you're on carpet or even hardwood floor. I have laminate in here, but it's also my shop, so not my house. Come on. There it went. Try to keep it just warm enough to come out. I know there's more. So let's try this guy. It shows hollow. Go there. So we did get the last one off of there. So we'll just see how we can get this to go. So this one has the post in the middle. The first thing I'm going to do with this is try and make sure I can break that seal, get that solder to show itself. A lot of these I find they're hollow, but they don't want to come off. Oh. Ah, that one was sneaky. So this one still has the thing on it. That was getting kind of warm. So we'll end up cutting the whole piece off. Right. Do you guys have any questions or anything you'd like to see made? So I was able to find out how to run my live stream with no ads. It gives me the option to add the ad to roll the ads after the live stream. So I can add the ads into it at the end. But that way you guys don't have to sit through 1,000 ads. When there's fire, there's probably no more solder left. And to get that to just kind of stop. Come on. And it's not letting me wiggle it up higher either. Sometimes you can wiggle them back that way. There we go. Let's see. Got that spot right there. Come on. I know there's solder in there. Let's see. We've done a bunch. I'm gonna keep going until I can't go anymore or I have to start standing up. You can also wear gloves that have like the leather padding on the fingers. Those will help with being able to hold them. Once I get that twist, that's perfect. Playing with solder. Yeah, that one feels hollow. It weighs like almost nothing. And I'm gonna have to change this torch out or clean it out. If you don't have hot enough heat, it takes a lot longer to do all of this. So I just increase the heat a little bit. And we should get these to come out a lot faster. Okay, home now. We've got so much going on. I'll watch this for as long as I can, but then I'll have to ask questions later. That works for me. I'm always glad to help everybody. If you go to my profile, Facebook, you have Messenger. Since my Flatware Creations account and my personal account got hacked and they were linked, I have nothing I can do to get into Flatware Creations Facebook account, business account either. That guy right there. I got paid to get verified, and once you're verified, you have access to a chat for customer support. So today I was able to, you're put on a wait list whenever you're trying to get verified. So today I saw that that had been lifted, and got talking with somebody, was like, oh, this is awesome, it's gonna take 2 seconds, everything's gonna be good. And they're like, there's nothing I can do for my spot. I was like, come on. I need that account back. And then I'll kill this account and make the other one verified, because there's like 15 or 16 years of memories and pictures, all my groups. So make sure that you set up dual authentication, and get as many different ways of getting back into your account as possible. Like, get your codes, get the authenticator. Even though my interaction with all the different authenticators, gotta remember which one it's it's in, or you end up with like 30 different logins. And yeah, I have all of the other accounts minus the one I'm trying to get into, because I can't get into it, closing down. So I'm heating it right up there because I think that's where it's stuck. Go. I hope you get that back. That's really awful to lose all that. Yeah. It like gutted me whenever I wasn't able to get in. They logged me out of every other device whenever they took it over, and because of that, one of the last things that you need is just to open up a browser that you've logged in on with the other account, and that will verify your account. Wonderful. Perfect. But if they've logged you out of all devices, there's not really a whole lot you can do. I've gone through all of the take your picture or video, submit your passport or driver's license. I've done all of that. I've been able to change the password on it, but I can't get past that little barrier. It's killing me. I think I spent 5 hours today chatting, talking to them, and each time I got handed off to somebody else who could really help me, to either just sit there and wait, or not getting anywhere with somebody else. And then they give me a link to somebody who can help me a lot better because their specialty or whatever. And then I get a link that's broken. It won't go anywhere. I'm like, come on, guys. These all look good. But be patient and just keep trying. I'll eventually find that person that goes, okay, click on this link in your email. Poof, you're logged in. Be careful pulling up, because they will get splashy. Splashy. Sounds like it's just as bad as trying to get a hold of the government on the phone. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that being a thing. Yeah. There's always something. Right. I'm glad I put that cover over the laptop. I just got some on the other apron. That splash got all the way up here. Come on, you can come off there. The nice part about doing so many, see, it's smoking, so I took the heat off of it. That's too much heat. Right there, it's barely anything. And then it goes crazy on me. Little teeth. Come on. There we go. There's like no middle. Yeah, that one. I think there's still solder in that one, but it was getting kind of close to my fingers. So we'll just go next. Come on. I could see it going kind of crazy if you tip it upside down. Try and make sure I got all of it turned into liquid. All right. So this is monogrammed with an M. And this is why you fast forward through most of the live stream. But sometimes you just gotta sit here and prep a couple hundred knife handles. I have to go now. Happy New Year, Jeremy. Here's to a great 2025. Thank you, Lori's. Darla says, I've been complaining about my whole workstation being outside on my front porch under the awning. Thank goodness because of all the rain. But now that I'm watching you, I can see it's probably important to be out there so I don't have to be splashed all over my floor. Yeah. So I got it warmed up just enough. There we go. Yeah, I normally have this on a little table outside. That way I can not have to worry about it. Just make sure that I have my lap, chest, and kind of have my feet tucked in behind me. I'm almost positive that this is one of the ones that doesn't like to come undone. So I'm just going to blast it with heat. Got solder. Oh, awesome. There we go. I knew there was a big old glob in there. I've had sand, resin, sawdust, all kinds of weird stuff. Sand. I don't know if this one's gonna go. Nope, it's not gonna go. Yeah. At least I didn't have to go swimming quite that deep this time. So, you are a cutter. Next. No happy medium there with the flame. I try and have about 1/4 inch of the blue shooting out because I want it to kind of push the heat some, but I don't want to go. This is an old knife. This has been sharpened on both sides. You can just see a faint layer of silver plating on here. I do have a crack down there, or on the bottom. So we'll see if it even comes out when I'm making it into a butt base. I can always put a little extra solder in there, kind of seal it from the inside. Oh, I got some solder. Come on. It was there. Can't get a hold of it. So it's bubbling. But it's not coming undone. It is hollow, so we'll put it in that pile. This one is not hollow. Where's the knives? I'll just put it over there. Alright, so these two are cut. These two, I think, are filled. We'll try one. That one's solid. And everything looks good. So they're picking up some of my mess. So if you're just hopping on, say hi. I'm just trying to get as many knives as I can get separated today. Come on. Let go. There we go. Okay, meeting night for me. Leaving in an hour. You guys have fun. Thank you, Darla. Have a good meeting. So I felt something fall down. Whenever I flicked it, I felt something definitely come down. So I'll have to keep my eye on them whenever I'm cutting the ends off. Boing, 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 boing. I think I'm gonna put you guys down a little lower on that camera. Ooh, bubbly, bubbly, bubbly. And down pretty low. There we go. Alexa, turn off my shop heater. See if I can try and keep that focused right here. That way it doesn't come out of focus. So we're trying to just get it barely warm enough to get it to spin. So I got solder coming out on that side, got solder on this side. I'm gonna go up a little higher. There we go. Right about in the middle. Try and work all that solder out. Oh, there's a big glob coming out. There we go. Next. I have another order for 50 bud vases for wholesale. So I ran out of knives, prep knives, during the last order, but I had just enough to send out. This was one of my winter projects. Get all the knives taken apart. I had to stop procrastinating on that. Pay the bills. Go. It does eventually just start getting into a groove. We got everything set up. You don't really have to move. In my head, I was thinking about my buckets for the filled ones and then the hollow ones that need cut apart. So I started going down to those little boxes. Big inch. The other one of these came apart, so let's give this guy a shot. I think I'm back far enough now. Gotta remember to keep checking the chat. Oh, there we go. I like it when they come apart nice and easy like that. Come on. No, there's more. Yep, there's more. Felt it kind of get stuck like halfway. Come on. Starting to get warm. That one still has a whole bunch of solder in it, but it was getting pretty hot. Not worth having burned fingers. So this one is a community pattern. And twist. Solder on that side. Solder on that side. I just try and wiggle it back and forth just enough to get it. It's actually coming down pretty good. Still well over 100 knives on the table. And then I have at least 300 in there. So that one came up and it actually splashed on my skin, but there's nothing there. It's not even a burn, it's just splatter and it bounced off. So try not to panic if some solder's coming at you. Most likely it's going to roll off, but if it does stick to you, try and just pull it down as fast as you can. That way you can pick it off, or if it's on clothes or something, kind of pull them away from your skin. Normally within half a second, the solder is a solid. Never mind. I'm just trying to build up the mountain on the backside. Flame. Done. Nope. These little green bottles, they're getting pretty expensive. So, but I've been refilling mine for a few years now. It's just one big grill size propane tank, and then I can fill up a whole bunch of bottles, and then they're just ready for whenever I need them. Which during ice fishing season, I'll need a couple. It doesn't quite live on the lake here too often. Like you see in some other parts of the country, they'll have whole towns out on the ice. I don't know if I could commit to one spot on the lake. For most of what I've seen though, it's more of being at camp kind of thing, just not being home. Starting to wiggle, there we go. It goes. Come on. There it goes. That same pattern, it like bottlenecks, so you can't get all of the solder out without getting hot by your fingers. And at the same time, Alexa, turn on my shop heater. At the same time, you're trying not to burn yourself. So we got stuff coming around the seam. This one looks like it has resin. And had I looked over, I would have seen this was on the don't cut list. Yep, that one's over there. All right. So I've got a couple more left to do. Here's the old Mount Solderus. This one is different. These guys are good. Those guys are good. With the window open, the heat's going out. Well, the heat's getting sucked out. And the other heater way back there. Go. Yeah, the other heater doesn't quite reach this far, but by itself, it keeps it manageable in here. So I don't have to run both heaters all the time. I wonder what the count is. I'd have to get like a little clicker or something. 999. I don't think I could sit here for 999. It went. So I've got flame off of it. Oop. Heat's starting to come up. Next. Doodly dee. Come on. You can do it. That one got warm. Okay, well, I am done with you. We'll have to come back to that one. I'll just put that one there. Come on, Torch. Don't make me replace you. I will. Here it went. I think this would be one of the first jobs that I outsource. Jamming out. I think I can get through that, everything that's on the table tonight. We're only 2 hours in. Go. Whoop. That was a good one. Next. Get my apron fixed again. Come on. So I'm gonna have to pick some of these that are nice and shiny. Way too much heat. That one's solid. Not even a knife, it's a fork. Ugh. I'll give it a shot. I'll give you a shot. These guys are good. Woo! That's warm. Put that heater a little lower. Okay. So I'll get these done. Pick out 25 shiny ones. And once I get those over to the sander or the bandsaw, I'll get those cleaned up real quick, tossed in the tumbler, and I can keep going on more knives. I want to try for 25 by tomorrow afternoon. While I'm getting those made, I'll have more in the tumbler. Just kind of try and keep an assembly line going. Kind of waiting for it to do something different. Try and clean some of this up. I should probably do an ASMR for that. I think that would be fun. A quick short, tidying up all the solder. Come on. one day I was in here and I was putting the bud vases together over there at my station, but I forgot to turn on my fan or my exhaust, and I got up, I went in the house, and I came back and I opened the door, and instantly I could smell smoke, and I was like smelling everything, and then I realized that it was from the soldering the bud vases together because I didn't have the fan on. Full-blown panic. So I'm just taking apart these bud handles, bud vases, the knife handles. Trying to do it without getting burned or my solder everywhere. You want to make sure you have good ventilation. There we go. Got it to turn. Nice. All right. You're filled. You are cut. You guys are all good. So we're clearing some knives out. It's moving pretty fast. Just getting these pinched ones. Once they get to where they don't rock back. Youch! That might leave a mark. The torch came off out of my hand here just enough to like graze my knuckle. Gonna be a small spot, not too bad. Don't panic. I had a heater at one of our shows. It's one of the little metal propane heaters, and it was sitting on our shelf, and somehow it got knocked over. It fell into my lap. Fortunately, I had on my leather apron, so whenever it dropped down into my lap, I didn't try and catch it, but it still got my hand right here, the metal hood of it. That was definitely the worst one. We have a friend who did she did soap and balms and stuff like that, so she brought me over a balm for my hand, which is really nice. I used to get her shave butter too when I was shaving it every other day or so. So that one had some pressure, so be careful pulling it off. Come on, give me some more flame. That's what I wanted. This guy should come off of there. Make sure my knees are still covered by my apron. I got solder out the bottom of that side. There we go. Once I can get it to start turning, we're in good shape. Another handful. You feel solid. Alright, let's see who we got here. Got a couple more M's. Good, you're good. Rose, I think, is out. And this one, I know we've had it. We'll give that one a shot. This one has already been heated up. So there's a heat mark up there. We'll put that there. The grapes are cut apart. This one's a cut apart, and that's a grape. Those guys. Woo! Careful with the knife. Some of the blades are sharp. Hollow, but I don't know if it's coming off. Right, let's give this guy a shot. Get a little bit more heat. And this is why I have the music playing in the background. Some parts are just boring. Come on. There you go. I always try and get that turn. I think we've done this one earlier too, but I don't remember for sure. If you don't have 2 buckets, I've used a little grill, like a little, not a hibachi grill, but just a little patio grill, a round circle made of metal. I've used that for holding the knife handles. So once I've dropped the knives out, something big in there, there we go. Come on. And I put all the knife handles in there, and that's allowed them to cool down while I'm still taking others off. By the time I get back to them, they have already cooled down. There we go. That's a good one. Let's try this serving piece. What does that say? Something is written on the collar, but I can't quite see what it is. If this comes off here, we'll check to see if it's silver or not. Oh, oh. Woohoo! Wallace. Silver plate. And I think we got it all. All right, so this is a different pattern now. I need to go to some faster music. My brain's starting to slow down. Come on. There we go. The problem with too much heat is it heats up so fast that it all just runs straight down the blade. We want it just enough to be able to get it to twist. The bottom went on that side. There it goes. Come on. There it went. Come on. That one was got hot quick. So what happened was up in here, let me see, up in this section, there was some solder, and then there was like a gap, and then solder down here. So I don't know if whenever they made it, the solder didn't come all the way down, but what happened was this let go, which put all that hot air going straight back for the end where I was holding it, and that's why it got really hot. So whenever you feel those drops inside, that's what's happening in there. Like I said, if you weren't comfortable with it, grab some gloves that have the leather fingers. And hold them with that, or you can still use pliers. Whatever you're comfortable with. Come on. Thank you. So close. We got about a quarter of a bucket. Yep, not quite half. Quarter bucket, just handles. Oh. Nice and easy. And once you get in a nice little groove, once you get all your stuff in place, it gets easier. And this is really good practice for heating up your silverware so that you can see how much heat is going to really melt off the silver plating on these things. And these, if you mess up where if you heat it up too much, where it comes off the knife blade, you can just cut that off, and it's just, you have a shorter bud base. That's all. So you don't have to be worried about breaking them or go. Yeah, they give you something nice to be able to practice on. Come on. So normally your torches don't do this, and they'll stay pretty consistent. with how much fuel's flowing out. Go. So most of these, we're getting about right there with the stud. Right about where the line is. That's generally just above the post. Go. If you bounce these guys, as soon as they stop, the solder's free. I don't see any smoke. I can smell it a little bit. Hi Ron, have you found a good way to lean out a non-soldered knife filler? Came loose. I didn't quite understand the message, Ron. Clean out a filled knife handle. Yeah, I never enjoyed that. There is a chemical that will eat the mortar, but I don't remember what it was. I'd have to go through groups and stuff. And unfortunately, I can't get into my groups either. Most of my groups. Because my account got hacked. And that had all my groups, contacts, show stuff, Flatware creation stuff. So I've used a grinder on them. Normally what I do now is if it's a pattern like this and it's filled, I'll take and cut around the edge so that I can get two halves that are matching. And what I do with them is I punch out the pattern with a circle punch, or you can do any kind of shape you want. What I do is I'll do one side. Once I've split them apart, I'll take one side, and wherever the pattern is, put this back on. So up here where the pattern is, if this was filled, I cut it along the outside edge, and that's going to give me 2 of the same piece. So if I punch a circle out through here, I'll run it and I'll flatten it all out, put it in my circle punch or whatever punch you have, and I'll punch out the pattern. What I do after that is, once I have all of this used, I'll take and I'll trace it onto the other side. So I end up with 2 pieces that are pretty much exactly the same, which is pretty good for earrings because that's what we want. That's, for me, way more efficient use than trying to get those just ground out. Normally you'll get 1 bud vase, or you'll get birdhouse. You'll get 1 or 2 things from them by gutting them out, or you can just spend 10 minutes or so, maybe a little bit longer sometimes, just grinding out, cutting the 2 pieces apart, and then you'll normally end up with 3 to 5 pairs of earrings, depending on the pattern. I like it when they go nice and easy like that. So some of them are hollow, but they won't come undone. Like these guys are definitely, sorry. These guys are filled. Actually, is that one? No. These aren't filled. They won't come apart if you torch them, but they're hollow. So what I do is I cut off right at this spot where the stud or post comes out, or the 2 pieces that you have end up becoming the earrings. And that one, if you just cut just above the post, you can actually like right about in here, if you cut it there, you don't have to worry about torching it. And if you are in a pinch, you don't even have to even torch it. You could just cut it very carefully with your bandsaw, or even a hacksaw will work. I hope that answers your question or helps. Yeah, so it was, what I was trying to say is it's more profitable for you to cut the end in half than it is to fight through it and then get 1, maybe 2 pieces out of it. Because the amount of time that you spend on it is a lot of time that you can be doing something more profitable. But that being said, I have had to grind out lots of silverware because they were for special orders. things where you have to do it. I remember, yeah, I had to do a sterling silver bell, and it was heirloom jewelry or heirloom silverware. So once I opened it up, I was expecting resin, but I got mortar, the hard stuff. So I chiseled it out. I took all kinds of masonry bits and probably spent 45 minutes trying to get it cleaned out enough to be able to turn into a bell. And then, to add insult to injury, I got the bell put together, and no matter how I tuned it, it didn't sound good. It was kind of like a clunky fork tine, just being clunky inside of a bell. Like it didn't have that nice high pitch ring. I mean, I eventually got it to sound pretty, but it took a long time, well over an hour, to try and get that drilled out and turned into a bell. Oh, thank you. Youch. All right, I think you're sterling. It's upside down sterling. Oh wait, that's right. It is sterling. Just put that back there. Sometimes you can just tell. All right, who we got here? You're cut. You were filled. You are cut. Should be good for those. Fortunately, most of these are I get to pick through whenever I go to one of my drop-offs or one of my pickup spots. They'll let me go through the knife handles. So for the most part, I normally end up with hollow, whether I have to cut them apart or solder them apart. It's a lot harder to consistently get hollow handled knives that you can work with. If you order 100, you'll probably get 75 that are usable. I've been doing this for a long time, and they still get me sometimes. Don't know if this one's coming off. Come on. Hollow. Oh, that one's not coming off. Let's see. This is going to be one that I'm going to cut. Oh. First one I got to put over there so I don't do it again. Yep, so this should be a good one. Just trying not to burn the silver off. Keep the heat just enough to get it to curl. So my bottom out there is coming in. The solder's coming out, so I'm just trying to heat up a little higher to get it to twist. Once I get it to twist that little bit, now we can take it out. There we go. There we go. There was a lot in that one. Queen best should be pretty easy. So this was probably 5 batches of knives that I found in the shop. And then I still have about 300 in the ice chest there. It'd be nice to get to use that ice chest again. I haven't used it in 2 years. That would have been nice out on the boat this year. Last year. What? Boop. Follow. Here, cutter. That one look. I'll give it a shot, but I don't think coming off there. We will see. Some teeth on there. Here, solder, solder, solder. Come on. You can do it. Smells like resin. Yep. Yep. So this one is filled with a resin. The resin, I'm gonna just take a wild guess and say that it's toxic if burnt. I don't even like touching these inside or outside. So as soon as that starts to go like that, I'm out. Now, if you were cutting that in half, you could still do that. But you still want to I mean, anytime you're doing that, you want to wear protective equipment, face mask. What? Okay. Oh, a lot of it went down the blade. I'm like, where's all the solder? Okay. Clear out those a little bit. Get that back in focus so you can see there. It's weird. These haven't been in the tumbler, but I still see water steaming out sometimes. It's just kind of weird. Come on. Fire is pretty much still a safe. Most of the solder is out. This Mountain Solderus is getting pretty big already. Some of these just feel so heavy. But then you flick them and they're hollow. And we haven't done one of this pattern yet. We'll have to see where this one goes. That side's popped. There we go. All right, so this will be in a good pile. Nice. Boing, boing. Right. Just repeat. So let's see, we're at 3 hours. I'm at 1/3 of a bucket of handles. And then I have probably 30 in that bucket down there to cut because they won't come unsoldered. What are we gonna do here? Wiggle in a little bit. kind of encourage it a little bit. I'm gonna say filled. Yep, filled. You can kind of see the, ouch, it's hot. So this is definitely a filled one. Get that cooled off. Ha ha ha. The one I just sat it next to. The same one. I even looked. All right. I'm surprised that one even came out of there. Normally they don't do that. I've tried like trying to crush it with the vise, not the vise, my arbor press. Just kind of like crack it a little bit without damaging the knife handle, but it still doesn't do enough. Got solder on that side. I got solder on both sides, so I'm going to come up a little bit. Still pointing my heat kind of down, and there, I'm looking for just that little release. Sweet. Oh, I splashed myself. Did we got this guy anywhere? This one was okay. All right, we're officially over into the back pile. You're cut. You're cut. These guys. They're not roses. That was a good one. Kind of questionable on that one. That's a cut. Another not a knife. If I throw it behind me, it should just land in a pile of silver, right? The one spot. You're good. You are solid. You're good. Good. And good. 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 You are. This one's filled. Good. 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 I'm pretty sure you are. So it's not taking a super long time to get through them. We're probably halfway. Forgot to shut that off. That way it didn't autofocus on the bottle of water. Not a sponsor. By rocking it, it's letting me know if it's broken free or not. There you go. As soon as it stops bouncing the way that it was prior, it is all done. Don't want to lose too much from Mount Sonorous. Getting bigger. Oing, oing. If you're editing this video for me, make sure you put like big oings in the air. Put little notes in to my editor. So lazy. That is one of the things I would definitely pay for. And it'd be totally worth it. Editing the videos from 3 or 4 or 5 hours long live streams down into 15-20 minute easy tutorial video. And it still have all of the parts that you really need so that people could follow it. So I think I've made up my mind. I'm going to paint all of my green an off-color blue. So it will be easily to pick out from everything else, like the green screen works. You're normally not wearing this color green unless you work at TD Bank. This guy is not wanting to come off. See if we can help it. I'm not putting a ton of pressure on it. Hollow, so it's going in the cut pile. That takes out this guy, this guy, this guy. Definitely want to keep your patterns that don't work or that need to be done a different way. You want to make sure you keep those separate. Okay. I'm like, where's the solder? Come on, dude. Let's see, this says Rogers Brothers IS. An IS? I don't know. Whoop! That one exploded. I wasn't expecting that. And if you're editing this, make sure you put a giant mushroom cloud right here. Oh no! It squirted all over the silverware here. All right, next. The nice part about is you can just normally wipe it off. By the time it got to there, it was just barely hot enough to splatter. It all just wipes off. Have you ever been just listening to the radio and then a song catches you like way off guard? Some days I hate the radio. Sometimes it's my fault because I accidentally put on the wrong playlist. There we go. Probably just under a third. There it went. Should be just about there. Come on. There it went. No! Look at that. Turn it off. A piece of the solder melted on it. So this one, I'm gonna have to cut it off right here, just underneath that. I've tried to take the solder off of these before, and to get past it, you're generally going to end up going through the plate accidentally, but normally it's just better just to cut it off. Yeah. Save your time. Use it wisely. They're cracking me up. Never mind. Like it read my mind. More flame. Here, right. I wonder. I'm thinking about the ASMR short. I think that would be fun. Kind of melting down. That happens. I got up to here. It spit out right towards me. Is this one? So I'm gonna say plated. Oh, and it doesn't matter because it's filled. Those feel so heavy. Come on. You are good. You're good. You're okay. You get cut. You are filled. You get cut. Daffodil. give it a shot. I know that one of those in that pattern is filled also. One's not filled and the other one is filled. Hey, I got nothing. What? Sweet. Whoa! I went to fling it out, and a giant batch of solder came out, flying out of that thing into the bucket. It fell down further. That was crazy. It's always a little scary when something different happens. There it went. Nice and easy one. Take it. So I'm just trying to get everything out without getting up to my fingers. So I'm just flicking it back and forth. It's going about 1/2 inch, but you'll be able to see whenever it's ready. There it went. Come on out of there. I almost left that one out of the vise a little too soon. I wasn't quite to the knife blade with the pliers. There it went. When I'm pulling it out, I try not to put any more heat on it. Ouch. Solder in my finger. Well, under my fingernail. Let's see, what time is it? 10 o'clock. And we're at 3.5 hours. 6:10. That makes it 11. Come on. If I can get it to twist even a little bit, that will. I think this one's got a bunch left in it. Nope. Sweet. Probably another half hour. 10 to 10:30. Yeah, I think 10:30 is good. Time to take my medicine. I could feel some more solder up in there. Well, it says it's out. I don't believe it. Lots of solder. Boing. So by pulling it back and forth, whenever the solder goes soft enough for it to let go. There it went. It's a nice trick to help you not heat it up too much, so it doesn't explode, or not explode, but like squirt out. My legs are numb. Still going. Still don't see any haze. Come on. Thank you. The knife blades are almost out of the water. Should have put more water in that one. So these with the pegs, I always try and get them to turn even just a little bit so you can wiggle it back and forth. So the bottom just popped on that side, bottom just popped on that side. So I'm going to go up higher now. Still putting pressure on it. Should almost go. There it goes. So I got a little bit of wiggle on there. Ouch. So some days I like these ones that are just pinched, because they're a lot easier to get off. But at the same time, the other ones are less work. I was talking and almost tossed the handle in the knife blade bucket. I'm gonna call it filled. It's round. This one's squared, so that one's filled. This one's good. You are... Thought we had one of these out. Oh, there it is. It's in the cut. And you're cut. Another M. And you're filled. Gotta sort them out. So just in that little bit, how many pieces we don't have to try because we've already gone through it. It's filled. This is cut. This one is good. Let's put an ending pile. Because legit, I no longer have feet. Good. You're good. And you're cut. Cut. You are not Sterling. And you're filled. It doesn't matter. You are cut. You're good. You're good. And you're cut. Pretty sure that one's filled. Do I have these? Okay. All right. So once we get through these, I'm gonna be all done for today. Yeah, I'm running out of water in the blade bucket. Fun stuff. See, I think today's Wednesday. I think this week is supposed to get back to being cold for us. It's kind of funny that I do not like the cold, and my body hates the cold. But I like to ice fish. But whenever I go ice fishing, I have heated socks. My boots are rated for -50. I have battery powered socks that last about 6 hours, which is crazy. And they're rechargeable, which is so nice. And then I have my normal 2 layers, and then I have this giant ice fishing suit that has flotation built in, so if I fall through the ice I can die of hypothermia instead of drowning. But it is super thick. Like, I think we were in the shanty maybe 5 minutes before I took the jacket off. Yeah, and we turned on the heater one time, and I was timing it to see how long it would run on a thing of propane. My new heater, I don't know how much propane it's going to take yet, but I was timing it, and we ended up shutting it 7 minutes and 40 seconds later. We shut it off because we were both sweating. So, being out on the ice isn't so bad. My boots have these big old cleat things on them, so I don't slide, because sliding is the worst. Yeah, that's bad. That's what most of my winter anxiety is from. Falling. Yep. But I can't retire yet. Winter in Mexico. Summer up here. That would be fun. Yeah. Yeah, that would be fun. I legit almost have no water for the knife blades. There's a few of them poking out. Come on, come out. There you go. My fibromyalgia just does not like anything to make my muscles cramp. That little breeze that blows through your house. Nope. That time I didn't flick it, but I could see whenever it let go because the handle moved just a touch. I'll show you guys at the end how kind of messy this is, which is why I try and do it outside. What? That just popped. Come on, go up a little bit. Still putting pressure. All right, I got it to turn. Take the heat off. Now I'm gonna put the heat back on it. Just point it right down towards the open end. We're getting through them pretty quick. I so hope I can find a way to get my account back in Facebook. I was even hoping that they could get me back into my original Flatware Creations Instagram that got hacked and they wouldn't let me get it back. Well, Meta wouldn't let me get it back. Instagram. So I started Flatware Creations 2, but it's just not the same. The Flatware Creations original, that one I started whenever we first started out. But I'll keep on it. I'll get it figured out, or I'll start another Flatware Creations business account and start over with that. I wasn't sure it was gonna go. There we go. It looks like I may have the heat on it, but I don't. Just enough to loosen it up. This is a pretty pattern. The next thing for this bench here, this is all going to be a concrete board, so I don't have to worry about spilling my sterling when I'm pouring for my rings. I have burn marks, but you can see that one right here. That was my first or second pour. I actually did my math wrong, and I had a lot more silver in there, sterling silver in it, and whenever I poured it in, I dumped it all in, and it overflowed really quick. Yep. Yeah, you really want to do your math right, because you need to have enough pressure to keep it pushed down at the same time it's getting vacuum pressure pulling it down. But you really don't want it to overflow and burn into all the stuff that you just got. Right. Oh, that's good. Come out easy. There we go. So that one was a newer solder. It's a lot shinier, more tin. So we'll get through these last few, and then I think I'll give my brain and legs a break. When I first started taking apart the knife handles, especially these pinched ones, the pinched ones were so easy to break. Because you can twist them apart if you're using pliers. You can just twist them in half. I mean, they need to be cut anyways for what I'm making. Yeah, what I was saying. My part-timers is getting worse. Yep, totally gone. Anybody out there remember? Starting to get some movement. Go up a little bit higher. Hi, Melanie. Happy New Year to you too. Just taking apart a few knives. I'm gonna take a guess and say we did more than 100. That would be a pretty easy guess. Come on. So sometimes you just have to clean all this stuff off because it actually gets in between and it will stop holding your blades very tight. We want it to be held onto. I really don't want to play with a hot stainless steel blade. Keep an eye on your heat, because some of these pieces are very easy to go through the plating. Don't grab the hot knife, Jeremy. Oh, another serving piece here. Come on. You can do it. I'm about 90% sure you're not filled. There we go. That one's barely in the water. Whoop. Pay attention, Jeremy. Stop reading the chat. Hi, Denise. Happy New Year to you too. There it went. So you can see the heat tracks. Let's go to here. You can see how it's definitely blacker up top, and then it gets white down towards the bottom. Right at that area there. This is where the heat really gets hot. So my fingers up here are just now starting to get warm. So keep your flame pointed towards the knife blade, and that should help you keep from getting burned. It's probably still wouldn't hurt to have a pair of gloves that have like a leather fingers on it to hold. You'll get a little bit longer time. I'm trying to get the bottom ring, and at the same time I'm trying to get up on the stud. So right there I can see it's free there, and it's free on the other side in the bottom. I'm gonna bring my torch up a little higher as I'm trying to twist it. Once I get a little bit, I can twist it back and forth. There it went. I saw Shayna on TikTok doing her knives without pliers. So I was like, I'll give it a shot. Thanks for the tip. That side's loose. That side's loose. Come up a little bit. Still just trying to twist. Okay. Just wiggled. Is that it? Still feels like there was some in there. All right, got 7 left, and then my brain is done for tonight. If you haven't yet, subscribe. Make sure you click the bell. Where didn't it go? There it is. Yep, make sure you click the bell so you get notified whenever I go live. I don't always post it online because I never really know how long it's gonna take. Like, it took me a little over 2 hours to get the laptop from over there to here set up for this live stream. Sometimes it just takes me a little longer than I'm planning. Whoa. I don't even know if there's any more in that one. It was like super soft. Still super soft. I've always done mine outside. How are the fumes indoors? So I have my exhaust fan. It's pulling 1,590 CFM through here. I've got my window open and I'm not seeing any fumes and I can hardly smell it. That's normally the 2 pieces I go on is, can I smell it? That one's just gonna leak. I try to not have any fire because flames put off a lot of smoke. That. And of course, try not to breathe the fumes. Without my exhaust system the way it is, I wouldn't even try this. Finish off the night with some Stever Avon. So I have a couple of probably live streams that I did where I actually took my old fume fan and I put it right behind my station so that it was sucking the fumes right out as fast as they could be made. I always try and do my knives outside. It'd probably have to be something that I do before winter. Just suck it up and do all the knives I'm going to try and have 200 to 400 bud vases on hand at any given time next year. Well, this year. Get out of there. There it is. My brain is already working against me. My brain says, you've done all of those so far. There's only a little tiny pile in comparison to now, or comparison to earlier. Just finish them up. I think my legs are gonna disagree and win this one. There's not quite enough. I mean, there's still enough water to keep it from melting the bucket. I'm definitely gonna have to put some more. Oh, there we go. So it's spewing out smoke. Be careful of that, because that means in there it's hot enough. Twist it a little bit. There we go. All right, that is the last one for the night. Denise says, good to know, I just got a new exhaust fan. Hopefully it will work. Yep, depending on how, what your setup is, try and get is either close to it or just above you. Like I have this hood up here. So I have my hole, pulling everything out, using that metal piece as a kind of circular, drawing the air in. Got my window open. Oh, while I'm here. That's where all the knife blades went. And this is all the handles. We're easily a third of the bucket. Okay, let's go there. Back this up. So it's a tiny little pile compared to earlier. We were up to here, all the way back. Ugh. So this is the last Mount Soldering. Can't hardly see it from there. It's almost got the height. But thank you guys for joining me. Put this guy away. There with pliers. Oh, I was going to show you all the flashing, all the solder that fell down. So it takes up a pretty good chunk of station. Got some on there. I had the computer covered. I've taken and put down, if it makes you feel better, I do the same thing toward the end. Battle staying focused till the end. Yeah. But that's the end of the pile that's here. I still have half an ice chest with about 300-ish more knives. So it's not really the end. And I know there's at least another box or two in here that has more knives stashed away in it. But my legs and back are done. So thank you guys all for hanging out with me. Take this one. Will make me big again. And I will say thank you guys all for hanging out with me. I made it 4 hours 15 minutes, so I will take that as a win. If you haven't yet, please subscribe. Where'd it go? I don't know what's going on here. It's just weird. I don't know. Oh, cancel. Oh, I can't see anything. Cancel. Okay. If you haven't yet, please like, share, subscribe, and I will be seeing you guys next time. Melanie says, have a good night. Thank you for teaching us so much. I'm super excited that you got some benefit of me doing these knives for 4 hours. Make sure you guys fast forward through all of the lives. That's where the majority of my videos have been recently. Feel free to fast forward to the good parts. I always try and do one piece in the beginning of the video, so you don't have to fast forward through the whole thing to see all the little pieces getting done. But this was just taking apart knife handles. Yep, I think you've seen enough examples of what can go wrong tonight in the knives. So thank you guys so much. I will see you guys next time. And this is it. All right. I got my button now.